There's actually some people have to follow what some people don't believe that, but I believe that it's actually for what makes us and the life of humanity. I think it's very important. Some people don't follow your heart, but you have to be like your own self. Because that has to do with them. You got to get elected. The problem there was they were radical because they were taking the life of a child in the 8th month, and 9th month, and even after birth. And was determined what we do next, and we will kill the baby. What happens, we bring it back to the States, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's a great thing.
And that was this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who said the state should be able to have it. We're going to say, for 6 weeks, I'm moving over the pregnant to feel not send out for happen and have him decide what your circumstances are. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying, I'm going to send certain rights back to the states. That each state have a different rule. But there's so many young women who are including my young woman who just is women and who went to Cuba. Idea that she was murdered by another coming in to talk about that. Here's the deal. There's a lot of young women being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters. It's just ridiculous. And we can do nothing about it. You don't try to arrest them across state lines.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people who allowed us to come across our border. Freedom of border is the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. It's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And you don't live that, and these students are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible crime. As far as the Washington State, through the states of the in many cases, it's actually very which is what everybody wanted, including the founders if they knew about this issue, which frankly they did. But they were everybody wanted brought back. When Reagan wanted to bring back, he was able to get it. Everybody wanted brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And then this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it back then.
Seven states. I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I support Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. First time is between a woman and a doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. It's the last, no politician is making that decision. A doctor should be making that decision. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
He can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period.
The Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. Takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board, at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, we made sure that we are in a situation where you have no circumstance where they can come across the border with the number of border police law now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers, significantly. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there's 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. It's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of this. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere, all over the world, they're coming in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We have the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, he endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in
President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything across the border is one that came along and killed 3 under his administration, killed Al-Qaeda, actually killed killed 3 American soldiers. That's the only terrorist threat. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through. The idea they're emptying our prisons, we're welcoming these people. That's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with a bad border, including
thousands are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades. And if so,
killing
how
our
will you
citizens
do it?
when they come in.
Just 1 second, you said you killed 3 people.
In a rat's nest, they're killing our people in New York, in
And
California,
Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world, that had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with a bad border, including
people are coming in and
hundreds of
killing our
thousands of people
citizens.
dying,
At a
and
level
also
we've never
killing
seen
our
before.
citizens when they come in.
I call
We
it
are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York and California and every state in the union. There's no borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of this ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crimes. I call it migrant crimes. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these three incredible individuals over the last few days.
Because they're going to
Also,
destroy
I just
our
spoke to the
country.
mother,
Just take a look at where they're living.
he just
They're
did the
living
funeral.
in luxury
This was 12
hotels
years old.
in New York
This
City
is
and other
horrible
places.
what's taking
Our
place. What's
veterans are on
taking
the
place
street
in our
dying
country.
because he doesn't care about our
Literally,
veterans. He doesn't care. He
an
doesn't like the
uncivilized
military
country
at all.
now. He doesn't want to do it. He just doesn't want to. He opened the borders like nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we have to get a lot of these people out. We have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City.
By far the highest. And now
Our
it's down
veterans
to
are on the
less than
street, they're
half.
dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care about our country. He doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody can replace. I am the highest honor rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I agree with Joyce. I got through Congress. All of the different things I agree with. They abandoned it. We are by far the highest, and now it's down to less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he's killed so many people at our border by killing all of these people from the very same day.
And I spoke about those heroes that died against the war, to cemetery, being covered in one cemetery. And he posted the situation where I have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq. My son is one of the next such back state early
We put it in commercials, we notified them. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this, who would say, I'm at a cemetery, I'm talking about our veterans, nobody's taking better care. I'm so glad this came up. There's nobody that's taking better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would confront generals and others say, sufferings and reasons. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence units are made up, just like the UK with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from the Sun Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation.
It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking, the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russian disinformation. It wasn't. That came from the Sun Hunter.
Period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to Ukraine.
Top of the foreign policy, I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO.
All right, thank you so much.
Are Putin's terms
Foreign
acceptable?
policy, I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO.
As far as Russia and Ukraine,
Terms
if
acceptable.
we had a real president, a president that knew that was respected by
Soldiers can't stand this. They can't stand it. They think it's the
a
worst
lot of people
commander
are
in chief.
dead right now, much more than people know.
That we've ever had. They can't stand it. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about anything. That's basically from the thing that Russia and Ukraine.
Most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, he should have fired him. No general
He did nothing
fired
himself. In
for
fact,
the
I
most
think he
embarrassing
encouraged
moment in the history of
I was so sad with Afghanistan. There was
Billions
such
of
a
dollars a month behind
embarrassing, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. That would override that, and he saw the incompetence, and he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. So he's got no role. But he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take my, this is his dream. I talked to him about his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world was blowing up under him.
President Biden.
Iranians attacked American troops, killed them, President situation where a number of these troops, and he did not increase his presence. There was an attack. He said they're just having everything coordinated. He didn't do a thing, but the attack took place too. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans out back in Afghanistan during that war. Number three, I found ourselves in a situation where take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine. This guy told Ukraine and told Trump, do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did.
President Trump, I come back to you for 1 minute. I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory restrained.
That's what he wanted to reestablish.
But look, this is a war that never should have started. We had a leader in this war. He let everybody along. He's given $200 million now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 million. That's a lot of money.
I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are
Zelensky comes to this country, walks around with $60 million. He said it's never. And I'm not knocking him, I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we spend for this war,
He let everybody along.
we shouldn't be
He's given
spending.
$200
It should have
billion
never happened.
now.
I will have that war
He's given
settled.
$200 billion. That's a lot of money.
As
I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that
So I have that war
Zelensky comes to
settled.
this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's
So
the greatest
needless
salesman
and so
ever.
stupid.
I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking
I would
anything.
settle,
I'm
I
only
would settle
saying,
fast before I
the
take
money
office.
that we're spending in
That's
this
why you
war,
have a minute.
and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly. And I'll get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
and I do have a minute.
The fact is that Putin has killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the story, not just peace, he wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? You think he'll stop, invitation grants? What do you think happens in Poland? What do you think happens in those neighborhoods? And so if you want
Thank you. Moving on to the
you know,
Middle East.
find out.
In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you put forward a proposal
Thank you.
to
Moving on to
resolve
the Middle
this
East.
conflict.
In
But so
October,
far,
Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people
Israel
and
is
taking hundreds
continuing
of
its military
hostages.
offensive in
Among
Gaza.
those held and
So
thought
what
to still be
additional
alive are 5
will you
Americans.
use to get
Israel's
Hamas
response
and
has killed thousands of
and the war?
Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You mentioned this.
everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through the G7 to the Israelis and the endorsed
What's happened?
which is 3 stages.
We're finding some
First stage is the trade
was 2,000-pound bombs.
ceasefire. Second phase is ceasefire with some conditions. Third phase is no, the end of the war.
And by
The
the way,
only one wants
I'm
to
the guy who
continue to
organized the world against
the
Iran
Americans
when
and
they had a
pushing hard
Continental Muslims
to get them to accept. In the meantime,
Israel.
what's
No
happening
one was hurt.
in Israel, we find
No
that the
one
only thing
was
that
actually killed
was
and stopped.
they don't work very well. We have a here, they can provide us with
Support
the
for
ground
people that go
water
into the
weapons
war.
they need and when they
See,
need.
that's the two
By the
different
way,
things.
I'm the guy that
Boss
organized
cannot
the war against Iran when we passed the full-blown Continental Muslim attacks on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israel was accidentally killed, and it was stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer, supports Israel, anyone in the world. So that's, those are two different things. Hamas cannot.
Back to Ukraine for 1 second.
We continue to
We
send
have
our
an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent 100 billion or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of millions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. We would have going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was
European
by us.
nations together
He didn't do that.
spent
He's
$100
getting more,
billion or
he
maybe
asked these
more
people
than
to put
that,
up
less
the money.
than us.
We're over $100
Why
billion
doesn't he call
more
them and
spent.
say, you gotta
It has
put
a
up
big
your money like I
impact on
did
them.
with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. Everybody thinks that when he goes out of business, we were spending almost 100% of the money was
Actually,
paid
this
by
guy's
us.
the one. And you should let him go and let him finish his
He's
job.
getting
He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian.
We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You gotta ask them, as far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish his job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The idea that we have our strength lies in our lines of love. Maybe a big ocean, we're able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe. What happens is that we have continue to go into NATO. If an Article 5 agreement, attack on one is attack on all. We want to start the nuclear war always talking about, go ahead, let who go in and control Ukraine, and then move on to all.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state?
To see, but before we do that, the problem we have is we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I think we make great trade deals with the European nations. Because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay.
So the killers of trade, make great trade deals with the European nations.
It's because I got
Because
them
if you
to put
add
up
them up, they're
hundreds
about
of
the same
billions of
size
dollars. I said,
economically.
and he's
Their
right about
economy is
this.
about the
I
same
said,
size
no,
as the
I'm
United
not going to
States.
support
And they
NATO.
will run their cars.
They asked me
They
that
don't want
question.
anything that we
You brought
have.
us
We're
against
supposed to
Russia.
take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture.
States
changed
at that
that.
time.
But the big thing I changed is they
They said,
don't
no, if
pay.
you don't
And the
pay,
only
I
reason
won't do
that
that.
he
You know what
can
happened?
play games
Billions
with
and
NATO
billions of
is
dollars
because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said,
But
and he's
now
right
we're
about
in the
this.
same
I said,
position.
no,
We're paying
I'm not going to
everybody's
support
bills.
NATO if you
Let's
don't
talk on the
pay.
issue of
They
democracy.
asked me that question,
Former
would you
President
guard
Trump,
us against
I want
Russia?
to ask you about
And a
January
very
6,
secret meeting with the
2021.
28
You rallied your supporters
states at
that
that
day.
time, the
Some of them
nations at
stormed
that
the
time.
Capitol
They
to
said,
stop
no, if
the
you don't
constitutionally
pay, I
mandated
won't do that. And you know what
electoral
happened?
votes. As
Billions and
president,
billions of
swore an
dollars
oath to,
came
quote,
flowing in the
preserve,
next
protect,
day and the
and
next
defend,
month.
unquote, the
But
Constitution.
now we're in
What
the
do you
same
say to voters
position.
who
We're
believe
paying
you
everybody
violated that
else.
oath?
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. You rallied your supporters that day. Some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral
January
votes.
6th, we were
As president, you swore an oath to quote, preserve, protect, and defend our voter constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and ruined it in the
Well, let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th,
United
we
States'
had great water.
reputation under this
Nobody got me
translation.
January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we respected all over the world.
Seconds
All
left. My
over the
question
world, we
was, what do you say
respected.
to
And then he comes in and we have a lockdown. Bunch of stupid people. The United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which is sort of something that he does when he goes after his political opponent because he can't be fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was.
And she turned them down, and the
Well,
mayor
I
of,
didn't say that to
in writing,
anybody.
by the way,
I
the mayor.
said peacefully and patriotically.
The
And now you just
They
watch
turned
the
it down.
news
I
from 2
offered
days ago.
10 because
One
I
take
could
to
see,
review it.
I had
Documented
virtually nothing there. They asked
They
me to
said.
go make a speech.
But she's
I
saying,
can see what was
well,
happening.
no, it's
Everybody
my
was saying they could be there
responsibility, I
on
was
January 6th,
responsible for this.
and I
Because
said,
I
you know
ordered
what?
10,000 soldiers or National Guard.
You could feel
And she
it.
turned them down, and the mayor,
And I said,
in writing, by the way, the mayor,
National
in
Guard,
writing, turned
whatever.
it down, the mayor
And I
of
offered it
DC.
to her, and she now
They turned it
admits
down.
that.
I
She
ordered
turned it
10,000
down.
because
And
I
it
can
was the
see,
same
man,
day she was.
virtually nothing to do. They asked her to go make a speech.
She said, I took full responsibility.
And I said, you know what? That's a lot of people coming. You can feel it. You can feel it too, and you can feel it. And I said, they gotta have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her, and she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
He encouraged us. I sat in the dining room off the wall for 6 hours, 3 hours. 3 hours watching some baby being made by his vice presidents and one of his colleagues, and one of his guys go to do some scores, calls for stunts to end it. Instead, he talks to young people, patriotism, this kind of great patriotism of America. In fact, he says he's not forgiving for what they've done. So they get convicted. He says he wants to 3%. Saying that he says that every citizen's organization, I don't know how many cases.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
They
For
said,
them to some people that are so innocent,
this guy
you ought
is
to be
responsible.
ashamed of yourself. What you have done, and you destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there, with the fires all over the city, and the national guard, that's what they destroyed. When
But they've done to some people that are so innocent.
big chunks of the city, they dressed up to bring in the national guard, they heard that, they saw them coming, and they left.
When they ripped down
What he
Portland,
said
when they
about
ripped down
this whole subject was
many other
so
cities, Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there, with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of the, they took over big chunks of Seattle. It was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that, they saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic, more than the Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are and they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail. So if a Republican did that, they'd go to
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
I'm not sure these stages you get the fabulous man. There was no emergency on the first stop what's going on in the Capitol. And all of us, everyone was convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody just when they broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned over statues. The idea that those people were patriots
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said that the election will, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the select committee on January 6th going to jail. And your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what you mean
I'm going to give President Trump for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said that electors would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the select committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be successful. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon. His son is a convicted should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important thing. But he can be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Jim can be a convicted felon with all of the things there's remarkable things. All of the death clause of the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion, you're going to change the prosecutor, otherwise you're not getting $1 billion. If I haven't said that, let's quit we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We had a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President. President, you have said, coming right to you, sir, you want to talk about
The idea of any people relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie. Number two, the idea that you have the right to seek recognition just because you're president. Just for sitting around, one pregnant son is told. Number three, crime is the to the charge.
Nice to meet you. Sorry. How are you doing?
I didn't have sex with the police.
Probably would be fine to see, but
that case is going to be appealed at one.
no, that's I got
a very terrible judge, a horrible judge. Prosecutors, high-ranking Democrats, appointed people,
so like it's already sitting not the camera. Can I get your feet
he
planted?
basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. When they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken hundreds of millions of dollars to Oregon because the public knows it's a scam and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are elected to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more to it. He's got a lot of cases on him. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the jury will do, but I do know that. And so the fact that the deposition committee is going to say that I'm going to seek retribution, I'm hearing the president say that because he has some good ideas, but got me involved around the circumstance my son died of study in the rain because of the rain. I said I wasn't going to run it until I was what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and seeing the same anti-Semitic Bible they sang back in Germany. And the young woman, I spoke to one, and they asked him, they said, what do you think of those?
Obviously, a lot of people
When the judge stopped it, and the one he said, I think fine people. What American treason?
I think that we're seeing
Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing, saying innocent men, carrying swastikas.
and Biden has been.
This is the guy who says he was done good things. I think they are. Good things he was done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of it.
Yeah, both of you know that story's been totally wiped out. Because when you see this, it's a 100% exoneration of this, so he just keeps it, and since he ran because of Charlottesville, he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, I know, it's ridiculous. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency is, without question, the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
The bomb happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could be elected. He thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those torches, and he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. The idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated. We saw it overnight. We saw it happen in Japan. We saw people breaking, we saw people occupying.
I think so. Stop from trying to override or talk somebody else and not ask a question and just step over the other candidate. And I think that's a very good way to make sure that we get both sides and not just a bunch of people arguing with each other.
You're totally welcome not to answer this. I always like to let people know that, but just in case, would you be willing to say, who you're supporting right now?
We're not partisan. We don't have that endorsement.
I think that's great. It's also a chance for an audience with multiple different views to be able to watch it together. I think that'll be my last question. It's just, how's it been to see members of LUAC watch this debate together?
I think it's very important, again, in a democracy, having voters that are informed, getting people to go out there and vote and select a candidate of choice. That's what democracy is about. That's what America has been built on. And we're one of the few countries where that still stands tall. And where America is a democracy for the rest of the world should be.
Well, thank you so much for speaking with me. That was really interesting. I'm going to try to grab it. I'm going to grab him real quick. So, yeah, if you want to. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, it's casino lighting, none of it. But I think, yeah, actually, let's have it down there because I think, yeah, let's do that. I'll just walk over there. I don't know why I'm pointing from here. Right on where the carpet meets the tile. Oh, on this side, sorry. Yeah, a little better, Okay, so just to give you a heads up, you'll look at me, not the camera. Let me raise it up just a little bit. Yeah, I always like to say, if I ask a question you don't want to answer, just say like, hey, can we skip that? That is totally fine. I just like to let people know.
Right here. Tell me your first last name. C-A-L-L. I think Trump is actually doing really well and showing that big disparity between the two.
You'll see me look over at the camera, but you'll kind of just stay right on me. First question is just going to have you say your first.
He cannot think on his feet at all. President Trump is just on it. He knows exactly what he's talking about. And President Biden just doesn't seem like he's with it at all. He doesn't have any answers at all.
How important do you think this debate is for deciding who will be the next president?
I think it's super important, and I think people are going to be able to see the difference. At least I hope they can see the difference.
And what do you think about the atmosphere here tonight? How would you describe it for people who weren't here?
I think everybody here seems to be very excited and just very pumped up for this election.
It's obviously a pro-Trump crowd here.
Obviously it
Are you
is,
having a good time? How are you feeling?
Oh yeah, I'm having a great time.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for your time. Can I ask you a couple of questions? Okay, wonderful. Your name, please.
Carrie.
Okay. Can you spell it for me?
Yeah, T-R-R-Y.
Okay, and your last. Where do you?
Lion Township.
Ryan Township. Your general thoughts so far?
I think Trump is killing it.
Can you be more specific?
Yeah, I'm really pleased that he's keeping his cool and sticking to the facts and not, getting into a fight. And I think it's very pathetic.
Tell me more about that. How would you describe President Biden's performance so far?
Cognitively deficient and, not able to compose his thoughts clearly. In fact, the hosts are cutting him off a couple times now. It's kind of sad.
And how important do you think this debate is in terms of deciding who will be the next president?
Extremely important. And I don't ever remember a debate before where everyone seems to be talking about it and everybody's wanting to watch it. And I think it's hugely important. Yeah.
Is it living up to what you thought it would be?
Yeah.
In what way? Well, let me get back. Thank you so much.
I'm actually a little bit surprised because he is doing more of those personal attacks, which I think that if he could stray away from those, that it would lean better to those moderate voters. But he has been doing a lot of personal attacks, a lot of strawman attacks, and it's not a good look, and it's definitely not the cards that he should be playing.
Interesting. You mentioned, we talked about a little bit about the AI, but I was wondering if you could expand on the nuclear war part a little bit.
Yeah, so I don't think we've ever been this close to nuclear war, at least in my lifetime. I definitely think that the world was a much more peaceful place under Trump's leadership. He has a very strong personality, he's not going to mess around. And so if you were messing around, he's going to come deal with you quickly and decisively. And so I think that, as rightfully said, that our pullout of Afghanistan was terrible and it was botched. And I think that gave a lot of confidence to different world leaders that are bad actors. And I think that's why we have different wars happening right now, especially with Ukraine. And I think that the Western powers telling Ukraine not to negotiate early in the war was a disaster. It was a terrible idea. I think that Putin's made clear multiple times that he's willing to negotiate or willing to stop the war, but we keep it going and we keep wanting it to be there, thinking that, we're going to save Ukraine, we're going to get all this land back. But all that's really happening is hundreds of thousands of men are dying, and Ukraine is just advancing further and further. Russia's just advancing further and further, and it's really travesty. And now we've got a nuclear-powered submarine just sitting off the coast of the eastern United States, one of Russia's, and it's scary.
And they did talk about Ukraine. Is there anything you heard that made you optimism, or anything that made you kind of concerned with what one of the candidates had to say?
I think the most concerning thing is just that there doesn't really seem to be an end in sight for the Democrats, and even a lot of people here that were in the crowd were cheering, we got to protect democracy, we got to protect democracy. Ukraine is literally one of the most corrupt nations in the world, and it has been for a long time, and it's not that we don't need to protect them, but it is that we need to allow people to protect themselves, and it's not America's job to be the world police. We like to think we are, and sure, it spurs our economic activity, and the military-industrial complex loves it, and all that, but there are diplomatic solutions that don't involve hundreds, if not millions of people dying.
Sounds like it's getting started again, so I want to let most of us get back to it. So my last question is just, we've still got probably halfway there. If you had to put one above the other right now from what you've seen, who do you think's taking the? It's hard to say it's a victory because it's not a boxing match at the end. But who do you think's kind of presented themselves better?
It's very interesting because this event that we're watching, Sorry, I'm gonna go again. So in this setting that we are right now, a lot of the people that I'm surrounded by are Democrats. And so hearing them cheer at different things and hearing them say that Trump is lying at different times is really surprising because I know that a lot of the things he's saying are true. And that's one of the biggest things that drew me to Trump is just seeing how the media and the public twists his words and twists his opinion and changes it from what he's actually saying. And so I think if the fact checker come out and they're truthful and honest, I think it goes to Trump. But I think if the media and the pundits are able to get their way, then obviously it's going to go to Biden.
Very interesting. Well, I'll let us get both back to it. Thank you so much for talking with me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
The country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump used that.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump used battle to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Almost every police force in the nation, every state is supporting demonstration. Almost every police force. And what he's done is population is the fact that for 10 years he called the super great and he holds and they take a right offense and they see that when they see the sort of the justice for the and for the historically black colleges and universities which are funded and got all funded and the opportunity results with Tim and Jim Scott was incredible. He did a great job. Great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea. It was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever opportunities. And the biggest beneficiary is our blacks. And that's why we have the best interest is and they ever, they say ever, I read this morning where ever the best interest. He's the most much of the black population. Because he's done a hard job for black people. He's also done a hard job for Hispanic. But when you see these millions of people pouring into a country that they're going to take the job, and it's already started, and you're not going to see anything yet, that's a disaster.
38 seconds left for President Trump. Will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we
The situation where we are being that claims that have done something that have done for us, things and they are in China, not in Russia, not in the United States. It was a very awful and I ended it because I didn't want to waste that much. It was a disaster.
Paris, of course, everybody cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, Russia nothing, India nothing. It was a ripple for the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treated us horribly. We were the only ones who were supposed to lose money, nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. Everything that was said just now, you didn't do it, I don't think it's so instant. I don't know when they got the instant now for the seniors. He's been destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And I don't think it's abuse. We're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're taking over social security. He is destroying social security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
By 2019, I believe that issue is handled. We were going to start this finance, we'll continue on this. Especially time where the client, thousands of people medication, taking combined patient heart to, prescription drugs, directions, that we're going to change, create the elements of cost price of $35. They don't need that. In terms of, I mean, it's sure never becoming more concerned for myself. I've not seen any indication.
So every day, millions of Americans start to make ends meet, for many older Americans, Social Security provides critical life. President Biden, nothing is done to Social Security seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Do you need to make one specific step you're willing to take to keep Social
So every day, millions of Americans struggle to make ends meet, for many older Social Security provides critical life. President Biden, nothing is done to Social Security seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step you're willing to take to keep Social Security solid?
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solid, or just is that line up?
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solid, or is that one?
For a situation where the nation can share, and like it was $400,000 before you even get $1,000 insurance, because of the previous situation, which was $15,000 for protection. It's nice to know.
Thank you, President Trump.
So I've been on politicians all my life, and I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody like this. Some of the other things too. You mentioned the lockdown, you mentioned Russia.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of this equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody else. Is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. They're using some secret that they have. It's a lie. It's a disgrace. Social Security now. He's destroying it because millions of people are going into a country and they're not the ones they're taking the place of our citizens there. What they're doing is creating investors, it's unbelievable, investors are living in this thing, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really comes back. I've never seen such anger in a country before.
The idea that we're in a situation where all of these millions of people are going to come, they're all said that means I'm not sure that we're taking a recession. There's a reason why inflation is one of the worst presidents in history. There's 159 presidential scholars broken the worst president is always
But the average cost of child care in this country is more than $11,000 a year per child for many families. The cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent.
President, I think the cost of child care, which many Americans struggle to afford. President Trump, you and President Biden have tried to address this, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to $11,000 a year per child for many families. The cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what will you do to make child care more affordable?
And they said that, that's why, we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, which we saw that. The other thing is, this doesn't feel anything. Never seen it ever, you know, I heard about it, because it was a lot of the times at the end of the program. There was some not easy to find, you pay a price for it. You should have fired every military man that was involved with that Afghan operation. Was embarrassing one of the against your country. She's fired anybody that's a British, that's allowed us that the worst states in the world. It's like a fire, it's allowed 18 million people, missing from prisons, many from many institutions, they decide everybody that allowed our country to destroy them. Our country is being destroyed, and you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time in this debate. It should be a debate. He is the worst president. He is the worst president in this country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden, trying to leave part of the border and come out and take up with nothing deal. And it reduces a little bit, this one is insignificant. He wants us to lose. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just get to that. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He's the worst in history.
United States of America. Furnished military and furnished the nation of the world. No one thinks of American history. No one thinks of the world. No excuse for virtually all over the United Nations. That was talking about worst government. I was joking. It's really a long time. 150 million from 58 million back into the presidential historian. And had reached the vote. It was the worst government in American history. One of the best presidents is that he's the worst fall of American history. That's a fact. That's the projection. You can argue the rules that they will. The idea that he is he was about child care. He did very originally on that. We should significantly use our tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability
is what he's done so bad. And they really shouldn't consider him more chapter where they really want to have certain things. And told if I'm doing it, I will be
President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make
taxes on the
was what he's doing so bad. And they really, I'll show you the picture, and they really want to spend aside. And if I give it another 4 years, I will be the best, I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever, we had an economy like this, nobody's got taxes like this. He didn't want to know, he wants to raise your taxes for the lowest times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the tax cuts to expire to everybody, including the people that they all politicians talking about cutting taxes. They would cut taxes, as I said. We did most business, actually, all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history, like everybody knows.
I said I never raised the tax. He's in a situation where he talks about and then he's not raised 2% tax. Everything comes over economics that that's going to cost the average American $2,500 next time you pay the difference. It's going to fundamentally back. And the largest deficit in he's in a situation where he talks about how he has nowadays China. They're the lowest rate of China since 2010.
Let's discuss an academic impact in the millions of Americans who have made a top priority in the first term. The opioid crisis and the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under the worst term, went up, under the war term, it has gone up.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an academic impact on millions of Americans who have made a top priority in the opioid crisis. The number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under Bush, it went up. Under your administration, former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying of overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What do you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction or the struggle to escape the leaders?
You notice the special government on terrorists because we bring in so much money to the terrorists in China. China's going to open its hand because it's too much. It's tremendous. It's a safe and steel industries and the Silicon. He hasn't done that. And he hasn't accepted terrorists because he can't, because it's too much money. He's got the largest deficit in the history of our country. He's got the worst situation in China. China's going to open us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do
We're doing very well in addiction until we're going to Canada. We've had 2.5 years of no one's ever had before in every country. And then we had to get tough, and the drugs flowing across the border. Okay, starting to operate, we got great equipment, we went to certain dogs, and we also set up. You see the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is open less, the guy was 70% of our database. And you attract in women. And nobody's ever seen under him because the border is like that. Coming across the border is the largest we've ever had.
President Trump, thank you, President Biden.
I want to make sure you're the machine. The machine stop the comments and don't do it. It's a very good purpose too. If you never argue, it's not a purpose to do. It's a very difficult machine. It's a need of machine. It's a need of machine. We're coming down very hard. It's in terms of all the and so we have that thing measure, you know, the technologies that we put together. That's what we have to do. It's really those machines.
Thank you, President Trump. Again, the question is about Americans' approach to the digital right now.
We're coming down very hard. It's in terms of particularly in Mexico's limited catch and release. I had to catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release. That's what we had so many things that we had to.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, but again, the question is about Americans' approach to the digital right now.
He ended the remain in Mexico. We ended catch and release. I made a catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico. I had enough and nothing. It's just like when you have hostage, we lost $6 billion. Hostage, and we bought a hostage. Now we have hostage, we lost each other. I will have that report out. I'm just a new guy, and he was over there. His last business guy probably asked us millions of dollars. We have two cases, we're going 60. I will have him very quickly. As soon as I take office, before I take office, I said, literally, as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had it out a long time ago. He was probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays every time. We had two cases where he paid $6 million for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially just all.
Thank you, President Trump.
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you will be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job of security?
First of all, I said 15.5 this is developed. We are exhausting, a lot of people. The whole idea of leadership, because he has seen people who invest in the find the cheapest jobs overseas, figuring out assignments, salary prices, very expensive. That's the problem, some people say, well, you know, the whole idea is those staffers that call us, I want to relationships, and those staff, because he was saying, no. How much it costs to find the cheapest jobs overseas? They were wondering about $40 billion in investors have to go right now because in this instance, it's significant jobs in various states. Guess what?
President Biden, 40 seconds left. Would you like to ask your team?
Yeah, those stats somehow, don't need this for every country. It's $40 billion market in this right now. In this situation, significant jobs.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add
the strongest country or something we can keep our word. Everybody trusts all our so maybe cost up to John,
Thank you. Now, President Trump, to follow up, you would be able to, at the end of your second term, what do you say to those who have concerns about your ability
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to those who have concerns about your capabilities
25, 30 years ago, actually, I'm starting to never see the light of this. As negotiated as I was years ago, I feel very good. I feel this time. But I was willing to take on this. And you know what? I didn't do that. I hate this. One of them said they've never seen anybody case.
Will you play tonight?
It's a 6 7
The results of this election.
I've seen this many times.
President Trump, specific concern that voters have about this. Will you pledge tonight that all legal challenges have been exhausted, and you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins? And you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable.
But I shouldn't have to say that. You would see the statements that I listen to Twitter as time. And that's like the same that's made in the Roosevelt. It's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. And speeches to the speech I made. In first, I believe that I'm just glad what was spoken to. And I'm telling you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol. In many cases, the question is about police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility. The answer is, the election was fair. I'll tell you something. I wish you would go with us. Because so happy and many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under a magnet because I wouldn't have felt the election. Because I was at home. I wish you was the great president. I would never have that. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't sit here. The other reason I'm here is she's so bad as a president. But we make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation. We're seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. It's keep listening to us so bad. Military policies are insane. They're insane. These are worse than we'll ever end with them. Even closer to the world and we're closer to the world than anybody can imagine. We're very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And kissing Putin, and President Xi, China, all of these people, they don't respect him, they don't cheer him, they have nothing going for this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III. World War III.
The question was, will you accept the results of this election? President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election regardless?
They took a lot of latitude, and I never started. They took no land, nothing. And there was nothing, he knew not to do it. You had a game, so he knew that. He took nothing from me. Now he's gonna take the whole thing from this man right now. That's a war that should have never started, never started ever. It's so sad. And so many take for granted. And still U.S. Russian knows he's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine. Russia never attacked because Ukraine's not doing this. He's the whole Russia. We're looking at people, we're looking at soldiers, they've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people that have lost those gorgeous cities with the oldest homes, 3,000 years old from old cities and the best cities. Russia will never attack us.
President Trump's question was, will you attack?
There's nothing like a fair, righteous, election, absolutely. I would much rather accept that these, the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And you won't have a news conference over the next week. We'll have another one of these on the same week. And again, I would absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that. Unfortunately, running again, I wasn't really going to run. I saw the horrible job he did. And again, doing that is no political opponents, because it's the only way he was to win. But unfortunately, it's turned out my numbers and because the people understand it.
Let's see what your numbers are. This is like, this representation, you also say there's no impeachment of the first part. It's one single report for the American. So they You're continuing
We'll be right back.
Especially with artificial intelligence, where the U.S. currently leads the world. American researchers are making exciting new discoveries. U.S. companies are investing billions in AI solutions that will strengthen small businesses. But foreign competitors like China will surpass America in AI.
We wanted to find out whether either one of them that we expected would actually be the person showing up. And I think we've seen that the current president can barely finish a sentence without gasping for breath. And that the person from New York that we thought was such a bombastic bullard is not the case at all. He's a really thoughtful and capable man. I think it's been a wonderful evening.
What have been the key issues in your mind so far?
Key issues are that Trump is on stage, outnumbered by 3 or 4 people, and never really given a chance to complete what he has as a valid perspective. And that I can't imagine how many times in a political debate one person accused the other person of being an absolute liar. This is absolutely outrageous. So where is the truth? much better off with Trump than Biden. There's no question there. The rest of it is just about passing. Clearly.
Why do you think that?
Because people are seeing and hearing his words from his own perspective directly, and not being filtered and word spliced through very biased media who has no semblance of being able to keep their opinions to themselves. There's no regard for the being able to properly represent who's on the other end of the camera. All right.
What is your name, first and last?
Tom Llewellyn.
Tom Llewellyn.
L-L-E-W-E-L-L-Y-N.
Tom, where do you live?
I live in Milford, and very, very strong supporters of Maddox's. I think it's absolutely outrageous that not only at the federal level, but here in Michigan, the legal system has been criminalized to have Republicans be put to type of persecution that is, there should never be in the political arena. Appreciate you.
So that's kind of what's calling me a little bit more of my attention. But I mean, if it was my preference, I was not looking forward for it.
So watching Biden tonight, how do you feel he's done on the debate floor?
So far, surprisingly good. I thought it was going to be kind of chaotic like the other debates, but I think that they did a good job as far as like muting them and having a time limit. But he's called out Trump. He finally got a little bit aggressive, and I kind of like seeing that. Before he's kind of just talked about himself, but now he's actually going on the attack, but on good things, and it'll show the American people the faults that Trump has. So that's kind of what's.
And then on the flip side, how do you think Trump's been handling himself? How do you think he's done in the debate so far?
Well, I mean, a little biased. Trump hasn't been my favorite candidate. He's kind of seemed like he's rambling, using the talking points from his campaign, and just kind of really leaning on into the migration crisis. When the question came up of how would he support the African American population, he said that migrants are taking both Hispanic and Black people's jobs, which is like choose one or the other. You know what I mean? So that's he's not doing great tonight.
We've still got a little bit to go, but has there been anything really stand out you think was really notable to you?
They kind of bickered a little bit in the middle of it. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And the fact that they let it go on as long as what it was, and you really saw that what Biden said, it got under Trump's skin. So I think that was pretty interesting. And he showed his true colors.
I'll try to let you get back here in just a second. I had a question, and as I was saying that, it just left me. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Maybe what are like top one, top two topics for you during or at the presidential level?
As the first generation Mexican American, I think immigration. We are, well, as far as where I am in Texas, it's kind of like one of the main things that I'm talking about. There was a bipartisan bill supported by both Democrats and Republicans to do a reform on immigration. But then Trump said no, and it got killed. So Trump is saying that, he's wanting to reform, he wants to change the immigration process. But when that was on the table, it was completely dismantled. So he's not, I don't think he's just wanting to kind of shoot themselves in the foot and let it crumble down on its own. I don't think he actually cares.
Were you happy to see it come up during the debate?
Yes. And I think that's one of the issues that everybody here is thinking about. just because, when Biden came in, everybody said, oh, he had an open door policy, but nothing didn't really change. It was just like migrants thinking there's a Democratic president, he's more welcoming to our town. And now you see, past 2 months ago, that Biden signed an executive order kind of restricting it, bringing the Trump era policy back in. So, I mean, and I think he's just doing that to get crossover votes. Because, I mean, we're a few months away from the election. I think I saw a recent poll that they're like 0.04 chance of from the polls. So I think right now everybody's just trying to do whatever they can do to kind of bring in the crossover vote.
So with the debate, there isn't really a winner and a loser, but do you feel like one of the candidates has maybe stood out a little more than the other one so far?
Yeah, definitely. And for me, it's Biden. And I'm really surprised by it. Because usually, Trump's very outgoing, outspoken, and he's not afraid to really show his true colors. But Biden has really kind of put some sharp teeth in and really been on it. I mean, you could really see Trump's facial expressions and going off in the camera because he's getting under his skin. So, I mean, I think Biden has been doing a pretty good job on calling him out on his errors.
Second to last question. Well, actually, last question, I guess. Could, if you're willing, could you share your age with me?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Awesome. Oh, so this will be your first presidential?
Yes.
I guess then I do have one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the most famous debates is the John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon debate. It was the first televised one, and lots of things like that. Do you think this one, maybe not to that level, but do you think this will be a debate that kind of makes the history books?
What I've gathered from other people, they are interested in this debate. Either some people are going to be like, it's kind of chaotic. It's going to be like, the reason I came is I thought it was going to be funny. But I was surprised that actually the dialogue they have been having, but I think it's going to reach historical records. Just from kind of like the meetings that people have been reaching out to, and everybody's wanting to know. I mean, I feel like this election is really going to set the precedent for the next 10, 15, 20 years, because a lot of things can happen in one administration.
Well, thank you so much for talking to me. I really appreciate it. Did it end?
Oh, it ended?
Is that it? I don't know. Did it end?
Did the debate end?
Oh. I'm sorry. Oh, awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, we're gonna do the other thing. Okay, all right. Say your next.
Yes.
Okay, I'll stand on this side right now. You're gonna have her first and then you.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
Fantastic.
Hello, I'm Ty. It's nice to meet you. Thank you for talking with me. I appreciate it. So the only thing I'll ask in the interview is that you'll look at me and not the camera. Other than that, that's about it. Try to.
They're getting everything, but it's not what makes people function. Honestly.
Is there a key moment or key issue that came up tonight that really jumped out at you?
There's some issues. I just think our country. I think our country. The embarrassment. I think we are very embarrassing right now, and I don't think we are safe at all. I think our country is very vulnerable, and I think people know that it's a joke that we're safe and whatever the right is, that it's a joke.
Thank you so much for your time. Ma'am, what is your name? Last name?
Can you tell me where you're from?
Yes, so I'm from Louisiana. I'm actually a political science student. I think the state university right now.
So the debate just ended. Kind of give me your first thoughts after watching it.
Well, I guess I'd like to say a little more about Biden at the beginning. I was kind of curious how everything was kind of going, how he was stuttering, and just seeing kind of like how he was acting as well. I would say that by the end of it, he generally did amped up a little more. And a few kind of concerns about not being able to answer the questions on Trump's side, I would say is also kind of concerning. But mostly just seeing how Biden was acting today, seeing how that would kind of play as well with his age. I think a lot of people are curious about that as well. So I think from both sides, just Trump's not really answering the questions, and Biden's age would be the biggest concerns for today's debate.
Totally welcome not to answer this. Are you willing to say kind of where your vote is leaning towards Biden or Trump?
I would say Biden for sure. Of course, there's still a couple things that I would kind of have concerns about, but between both of them, it would definitely be Biden.
So you talked about, Biden's, he did stumble, but got a little better, more comfortable towards the end, it felt like. Any memorable moments for Trump, good or bad?
Like I said before, I would definitely say not answering his questions. Of course, if there's questions you would really like to see the answers to them, and kind of going back to the topic of immigration was kind of the biggest thing that he was doing the entire time. So I know that a lot of people from his party would kind of want to hear mostly about immigration, mostly Biden's open border policies as well, open border policies, and their stance on that. For sure, though, just not answering the questions as well and just trying to attack on immigration was kind of what he was doing the entire time. So I don't think there was much background giving on his values or what he was standing on certain things. So I think that would be my biggest concern when it comes to Trump.
So speaking on that, you mentioned it a little bit, but we did have, there was no live audience. They cut the mics. What was your thought on that, and kind of good or bad?
I would say that it kind of generally helped Trump, since we do kind of know that he's what you would kind of say bullies at certain times when it comes to debates. So him getting muted, his mic muted, I would say that kind of helped him. I think that was kind of the way to go, because oftentimes in debates they don't really stay in topic. A lot of times it's just wasted going back and forth. I mean, we saw that when it came to the golfing. There's really no reason for them to have been debating or having an argument over golfing when it's a political debate over the presidency. So I would say that was generally smart from CNN to have muted the mics and not let them speak up and changing the camera as well.
Awesome. What did you think about not watching it, not only just watching it, but getting to watch it, with a lot of people at a watch party, with very different, sometimes political views? How did that play into it?
Well, we are here, a lot of Latinos. I would say that a lot of us more lean on the democratic side of things. However, it's kind of refreshing to see how many people are still kind of really have a huge value on presidential elections and just elections overall. We do see that there's a number of people that actually voting go down every year. And while people a lot of times focus on national and presidential debates, local and state government debate elections are just as important, if not more important, actually, mostly because of the way things run for the elections as well. We don't really run on a popular vote, of course, so it's kind of refreshing to see that there's still people that really do have a huge importance on political debates and just really trying to get new sources coming from the people that are actually running, rather than just reading it online, where a lot of times can be changed. So it's really important for people to still see those things live, because you really cannot change or misword what they're saying if they're saying it live. So I do say that it's very important for people to do that. So it was really refreshing to see that people still like to look at that, for sure.
Very interesting. I think this is my last question for you. I think, maybe a lot of people know the John F. Kennedy and Nixon debate. It's very famous. Do you think this one will live up to being remembered in the historical record, or like most presidential debates kind of just fade into a bygone thing?
I think it's kind of funny that you mentioned that, because I mean, with the way that things were running first for Biden, how he was stuttering, how he was kind of losing his rain of thought, I would say, I can see the comparisons from the Nixon debate and JFK debate. I think a lot of people know that JFK ran and he won because he was more young, and if people know the background of that debate, they did kind of like do some makeup for JFK as well to look better on camera. So I don't know. I think it's kind of funny that you mentioned that, honestly, because how people kind of act on camera, how they look is very important, and I think that kind of did bad for Biden at the beginning. He, like I said, he did amp up a little bit more by the end. I would say it's generally I wouldn't say as big as the Nixon and JFK debate, but I would say it's very interesting to see how they can kind of be put hand in hand, and kind of you can see how actually what happened with JFK's side could actually be reflected back to Biden and Trump's debate as well. So definitely an interesting debate, probably just not lived up to JFK's and Nixon's debate for sure though.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with me. I really appreciate it. Thank you
so much.
That was great. I'll just need 1 second. Yeah. Give me like 1 minute. I've got a little bit of a gear issue.
Once everyone quieted down, it was great.
In the debate itself, what were your thoughts on how it went?
Oh boy. Well, I think it's really hard for any reasonable human being to watch that and know that Mr. Biden is fit to be our president. I mean, I have dealt with people that have dementia before, and it's very obvious just from the look on his face, not understanding what's going on, the surprise and shock look sometimes, the eyes, the very stiff face, the very stiff hands, they're all very, very prominent signs of what's going on. And I feel bad for him as a human being, quite frankly. And I also feel the people that have put him in the position that he is in are not very nice people. It's almost like elder abuse.
And then President Trump's performance, how would you describe it, or what were your thoughts on it?
I loved watching his face sometimes. He was just like, I thought he did really well. There were obviously, when you're looking at it, you're just like, why didn't you say this? Why didn't you say that? But I think he did very well. I mean, he is a man that is full of emotion and loves to express himself. And I think he did a really good job at kind of restraining back and listening to what Mr. Biden had to say and trying to counteract the lies that were coming out of Mr. Biden as much as he could.
Yeah, was this a different President Trump that you've seen before on the debate stage or, in public?
Well, yeah, he's very much more restrained on this because, there was no audience for him to feed off of, obviously. And but I thought they did really well. I mean, they knew that the mics would be cut at their time. I mean, how many times did the moderator say, well, you have 82 seconds left or 64 seconds left? So, no, I think he conducted himself really well.
Was there a key moment or key moments that really jump out at you as being important in what happened tonight?
I think I was more, not to use the word shock would be wrong, but to say Mr. Biden his performance is so handicapped by what's going on in his physical and mental health. It's very disheartening. It's very disheartening to see that happening to anybody. My mother-in-law went through that, and yet to see him forced into that public kind of spotlight only to be put on display, the nature of that disease, I just think to me, it's shocking that people would put him in that position.
Last one for you. Do you think any voters' minds were changed tonight?
That's an interesting question because I was talking to someone earlier and he said he had talked to a dozen Democrats that he knew his friends, and they're all like, yeah, we're not watching that. And so I don't know if any voters got changed because I don't know if any Democrats really watched it because they kind of already suspect or know what's going on. And so they don't want to see it again firsthand. And so maybe some independents watched it, and then again, his dementia was on full display. So I don't know if it did or not, or maybe it was just all Trump people that watched it and were shouting in their living rooms going, yay, yay, yay.
Thanks, Roseanne. That was great.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate your time, and thanks for letting me come by tonight.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. You have a great night.
Okay.
kind of Joe Biden campaign spinner here because they know it was the worst, most pathetic performance, and it was just an abysmal loss. His polls, which were already catastrophically low, they're going to even go lower.
Congresswoman, have you spoken with former President Donald Trump about potentially?
I don't get into any of my conversations. I get asked this all the time. I'm honored to be here as a surrogate. I'm honored to serve as the House Republican.
I feel very confident that he is going to make the right decision, and he's going to announce it on his timeline. We're very excited about
I do feel that there was a candidate that was much better at addressing the questions that were being asked. And to me, that weighs more in my perspective when it comes to picking for a candidate when it comes to voting, right? If they're being sincere, they have straightforward policies, and they know what they want to do, that's great. If someone's just talking in absolutes but doesn't have anything to pinpoint to, I'm going to be concerned.
Would you be willing to share which one you thought did better?
I think President Biden did a lot better than President Trump did in terms of answering the questions and talking about the policies.
There you go.
What do you make of the White House saying that he had a cold tonight?
So I guess it was I really felt sorry.
No, I didn't see coming, and I was just
That was all of my questions. Is there anything else you think you should tell me about that I haven't asked?
It was good to watch this debate. I really like that the mics were muted. And so I'm glad that it was handled the way it was and there was follow-up questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much for talking to me.
Appreciate it.
Ty, Abby Pacheco.
Nice to meet you.
Cognizant of what's going on and express themselves very well. I think it has a lot more to do with like his physical condition.
Do you think that he'll show up for the second debate?
Gathering so they're all lined up. They're all lined up together. Excellent. You're doing great, guys. You're doing great.
I'm going to move back just a little bit.
Thank you. No, yo sé. One second.
Thank you for talking with me. I appreciate it.
Ty.
Yes. So first question. Yes, thank you. First question is just could you tell me your first name, your last name, and then spell it for me?
Yes. Gabby Pacheco. GABY,
And where are you from?
I'm from Miami, Florida.
And what's your relation to LULAC?
So I have been participating in different LULAC conferences, convention, and I also run a nonprofit organization that supports streamers.
So tell me a little bit about what got you involved with streamers.
So I'm a former dreamer. I came to the United States as an 8-year-old, and for 30 years, I was in a limbo status. I was actually able to benefit from the DACA program, and eventually, through a marriage petition, was able to get a green card. And just last year, I was able to become a United States citizen.
So this will be the first presidential election you're voting in, correct?
That's right.
Is that outside of politics? Is that exciting to be able to get your voice heard about these issues?
It's beyond exciting. I have been waiting for this moment my whole entire life. I believed and have known to be an American my whole entire time, living in this country. And when I learned about my immigration status, it was a real big shock. And I have been fighting really, really hard to be allowed and to belong into this country. And so now voting has been something that I know wasn't a given once upon a time. And for women and people of color, being able to vote, I feel it's beyond our responsibility. It's what we have to do because people fought for us, and also because it's our democracy.
So I think maybe the most talked about discussion tonight was immigration. Can I get your thoughts on what you heard? Any standout moments for you?
Yeah, it really angered me because the issue of immigration is an issue that is a serious one that we have to tackle as a country, one that we have not brought forth policy that modernizes our immigration system. And there is some huge problems in our immigration system. There are individuals who are like my family, like myself, here without status and don't have a way to regularize themselves. We do have a border that needs to be modernized, that there is issues there. And yet everything that I heard tonight was reduced specifically from Trump to fear-mongering. And when the question was not around immigration was brought in. When there was time that they was asked a question around deportations and undocumented people, there was no answer. And so I just feel like immigration gets used all the time by our political system as a way to strike or stoke the fear in everyday Americans who I understand where some of that fear comes, and this fear is nothing new for us. We had the know-nothings who went into a building and stole bricks, and the reason why we have a two-tone Washington Monument is because the construction of the Washington Monument stopped because there was this fear against immigrants from Catholic countries. And so it's something that is just so sad to me as an immigrant, as a Latina, and as a United States citizen, as a person that loves this country, that somebody like me gets used for political gain.
So didn't the president do a great job? Yes! I can't thank you all enough for staying and for being here and for all your support. Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question.
And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Lie! Yes. So, Joe, I'm going to hand it over to you because we have such a great group of supporters here. So thank you all for coming.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. You've been here the whole time. I see it. I see that Pat's here. Look, folks, you know, I shouldn't say this, but my brother always uses lines from movies. There was a famous movie by John Wayne, and he's working for the Northern military, trying to get the Apaches back in the reservation. They were lying like hell to them. They're all sitting on a bluff, and John Wayne was sitting with two Indian, they were Apaches, and one of them looked at John Wayne and said, "These guys are nothing but lying, dog-faced pony soldiers." Except he's just a liar. Look, folks, what's going to happen over the next couple of days is they're going to be out there fact-checking all the things he said. I can't think of one thing he said that was true. No, I'm not being facetious. But look, we're going to beat this guy. We need to beat this guy. And I need you in order to beat him. You're the people I'm running for. Here. He says he's going to be the retribution for his supporters. You are the reason why America's as good as we are. We're the finest nation in the whole damn world. No one's close. Nobody's close. So let's keep going. See you at the next one. God love you all. Heading to North Carolina. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to go home with you. Thank you.
This ain't Texas, you know, hold 'em. Yeah, cards down, down, down.
By these applause, or human beings by nature, right? We're creatures of community, and so being able to just hear the individuals speak and both President Biden and President Trump speak without getting all that fanfare and the egging on type of thing, I just feel it was much better format, and that even though in our little audience we had some of that, it just doesn't influence and doesn't propel them to act one way or another. They really can just focus on trying to answer the questions.
I apologize. Did I ask? I apologize if I asked this. I'm going to ask it again. Me. If you're willing, would you share? Are you looking to vote for Biden or Trump?
Oh, hands down, I'm going to vote for President Biden. Again, I'm going to take a very good look at not just that, right? Like they're senators, they're legislators, and so it's not that I feel I'm going to be voting just for Democrats. Like I'm voting for my values. I'm voting for my family. I'm voting for the community that I work with and I represent. And at that level, for the presidential, I am definitely going to vote for President Biden.
So there wasn't a time where we thought we might not have a debate between the presidential candidates. Do you think it was worth it overall to get to see them on stage together?
It was really hard to watch this. It was cringeworthy. I was upset. I had to pause and close my eyes at times just because of how the hate and vitriol and fear mongering that I was hearing from Trump. And as an immigrant, as a Latina, as somebody that has had to fight, I walked from Miami to Washington, D.C. to prove myself the love that I have for this country. It just hurts. It feels insulting, and it hurts that somebody like me is getting used to create fear, not just for white people, but for Black people, the pinpointing against the Black community, against immigrants, the whole thing about crime and losing jobs and all this stuff was just hurtful overall.
That was all of my questions, and I really appreciate you sharing your thoughts. Is there anything else that maybe I didn't ask that I should have, or anything else you'd like to share before I let you go?
So I want to tell everybody that no matter if you're going to vote for Trump, which I wish people didn't, right? I think this is too important. As somebody who fought for that opportunity to vote, who worked really, really hard to become a U.S. citizen, my message is go vote. Please, use your voice. It's really important for people to be involved, and this is our democracy. This is our country, and so I'm going to vote for Biden. But if anybody of my friends, family, whoever votes for somebody else, that's okay with me. At least you voted.
Thank you so much for talking with me. I really appreciate it.
You got
Love
it.
it.
Take your time.
Yeah, nobody wants to come out there and talk about it. You got my right copy. There you go.
They expect to lose 20 or 30 seats in the House because Joe Biden did such a drain on the ticket. Moreover, Joe Biden didn't articulate any clear message. I think the thing that Joe Biden got most exercised about tonight was his golf game. Not the fact that Americans are being killed by illegal immigrants, not the fact that prices are rising, inflation is crushing the American household. President Trump has solutions for these problems, and it's why his demonstration of those solutions, I think, showcased the most impressive debate performance in American history. Yep.
Congressman Gates, yeah. How did Trump perform tonight? Do you feel like Biden is able to recuperate from after the effects of this debate?
After this debate, I think we're going to have to identify Joe Biden by his dental records, because it was a bludgeoning. Like, Joe Biden couldn't articulate a border message, an economic message. He could barely get through his own name. It was a waterfall of words, and the American people deserve an energetic president, someone with boldness and vision and a real plan. Trump showed his plan on taxes, on regulatory reform, on the border, and on trade. Trade deals that will ensure the American worker is able to advance. I think that right now there is deep and wide panic in the Democratic Party over the state of their nominee, and for good reason. Yep. All right. Thanks, guys. Is that right?
They are very concerned about pretty cool.
Bien, campeón. Bien. Golazo.
He's not supervising for the White House. He's running from the jailhouse.
Right behind you, Senator.
The president focused on
Rafael Warren, senador federal por Georgia. Es que no te quiero amarrar con el micro.
It was just
هذا المبادرة للخضوع لاختبار إذا كان تعاطى المنشطات أم لا، ولكن حتى يعني أيضا ترامب هو يصدر بايدن فقط بأعوام قليلة يعني، ولكن يعني حتى اللحظة بطبيعة الحال يجب أن ننتظر قليلا لنعرف ردود الأفعال. كان هناك بعض التخوف من أداء بايدن. ترامب بدأ أكثر حنكة، حتى وإن كان ترامب بايدن هو لديه هذا كان أكثر ولكن استطاع ترامب في هذا الانتخابات بشكل كبير في قضايا متى يمر هو بطبيعة الحال بداية حتى وإن كان
representing us for this election.
Joe Biden fail as Donald Trump passed with flying colors. President Trump
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe not.
Do you think the people in Georgia? I do, and I certainly I'll come away knowing that Donald Trump is the true leader and the leader.
And how do you feel about your new position right now? How are you doing? Any plans looking to November?
Well, I'm honored to be here. We're working hard. We're raising a lot of money. We're making sure we have a free, fair, and transparent election, and I think that's vital to the future of the country.
What did you think of his performance?
What did you make of that? I just have to do a live video.
Senator.
What do you think of it?
I did actually. Oh, wow. Okay. I did actually apply to go to your show.
I'm sorry.
Who would you want to see appointed in your Senate seat if you were speaking?
Americans partisan in this I don't see
You gonna wait till she's finished, or?
Hey, I couldn't hear, but I got close to the Democrats. Arrow was there, but he couldn't hear, so. Yeah, I just saw. happening. But I wanted to see where you're at. Do you feel like you need rescheduling, or the only window we have is 11:30? Like 11:30.
Okay, and I've got.
Do you feel like you have a good 2 minutes? Yeah. Oh, there he is. Up here.
Also, all the cameras were grabbed
We're not going to dip. He went out that way.
Always do. Is he gonna come out? Oh, exactly.
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, I think that is definitely highlights.
Well, actually, when they go the Trump bill, we named the comments, you're waiting for that
We have some Mike Lauder here.
And then how they get it, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's mainly today. We can't really get into spin because spin room is an interesting dynamic for sure. Yeah, and Democrats. Yeah, so I think that has to be a separate. I like all those areas. We'll objectively film them all and try to see which ones we feel the most sure about for like the quick 60-second version. So have someone there, but the best way for me to do this, I think, searching recorded on the same feed. That's right now we've got a lot of standard gates. I got the I really want to they had sent Yeah. You get them on film. It's so confusing.
Hello, the mark.
Yeah, sure. I'll make sure that people know.
And I got it.
Yeah. Definitely use it at some point.
And I have him like ask things I asked him about.
Yeah, let me know where
He knows you.
I'm sure that it's going to be live.
No, we have to go back and behind. Unfortunately. Yeah, there's one person finishing up their hit right now, so we can get up there, practice, it's gonna go to the TAP, and this is fair. Like go back down to get more Republican reaction, I guess.
Fabulous.
So yeah, go this way, around. So unfortunately on the way, so. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, I heard that my very telling that he's not here. But then that's also but that's
It's right here, sir. It's right here.
Hey. Wanting to respond to things and maybe he wasn't straight right at that moment, but he always came back or to the next question.
Well, it's so interesting that the party that has accused Republicans of being threats to democracy for 4 years is now trying to pull Joe Biden from the ballot for effectively doing what has been obvious to everybody for 4 years. That the guy just really isn't up for the job. So my attitude is Democrats are stubborn.
He's really good. I'm worried that no one uses trends. Direct to Ellen paddles. It's going to be tough to pull that up unless I run to my computer.
Yeah.
So in the U.S., what's the main channel you guys are talking in? Excuse me.
Thank you so much. I'll see you in the.
You guys still free right now? Plug and play.
So hold on. Do you want our live view or yours?
I can just literally give him mine, and he can stay connected.
Why don't you do yours? We can use right.
Yeah.
I can